everyone. Thought I'd resurrect another dinosaur today. Let's erase this one. I thought I already erased it, so why it saved, I don't know. But anyway. So this is Banjo-Kazooie. And like the last stream, this is actually on the cartridge. I'm going to omit skipping some of the cutscenes, but there is a way you can skip the dialogue, so I'll be skipping the dialogue whenever I can, and I'll explain what they're saying as they say it. This is going to be a semi-speed run, but not quite. So I'm going to include all the cutscenes, primarily if you've never seen this game before. The plot thickens like curdled milk in a graveyard. It's been a while since I played this on the 64. They did a... Oops. I have to get used to not having to do that. So, this game, naturally, this game originally came out on the Nintendo 64, and then after Microsoft bought it, then it ended up being emulated over onto the Xbox 360, and after Banjo and Kazooie were introduced to the Switch again via Smash Brothers Ultimate, more specifically, then I'm assuming that's what helped with the copyright laws, but it made it to where they could put the original 64 emulation back onto the Switch. Now I'm playing on the 64 version because I greatly prefer playing this with the 64 controller. So, I don't know if I really need to explain the moveset, but A is jump, press A twice and you'll do that flutter jump that I just did there. And the whole point of collecting these is that when you collect 6 of them, you get an extra hit point. You get a grand total of 8, but you can get up to 16 at the end of the game if you collect all but 2 jigsaw pieces. Those are the primary things you're looking for. So if you press A and then B, you'll do a peck attack like that. That's Z and then A. It'll make you do a backflip. You jump twice as high. And if you want to skip the dialogue, which I'll show you how to do, you press R, Z, and B at the same time, or L, R, and B at the same time. On the it also works on the Switch version. I can't remember the button combination exactly, but it's whatever translates to L, R, and B. So, yes, the entire point of this game is to save your sister from a witch who is tired of being ugly and wants to be pretty. So, to do this, you just press A to fill in the gaps. Again, so this is, because this is a cartridge, it's very old. It is 25 years old, and it has been played a lot. So, if it crashes, which it could, just understand, these things happen. So, I'm not going to be able to do the, I'm going for speed run time here, but I'm not really going to be able to go as fast as I can, if that makes any sense. I can only go so fast, and the reason I say that is because, as far as, so, at the center of this level is a termite hill. The termites are called, Ticker is the name of the termite, and there's these huge bugs running around, so, you can turn into so that skull that I was just in front of. The name of the owner is Mumbo Jumbo. And what he does is that when you collect these tokens, he'll turn you into a creature based on the level's environment. So naturally, I'm going to be able to turn into a termite, and I'm going to go ahead and go that route solely because it's just easier. It's not faster, but it is easier. So, to do this move, after you've learned it, you hold Z and then press the left C button, if you're playing this on the 64 version. And you don't have to hold the C button, but in order to keep using it, you do have to hold the Z button. Come on. So there are 100 notes on each level. And my game's acting a little funny, so if this cuts out all of a sudden or you see something weird on the screen, I'm not doing it on purpose. It's just subject to the recording quality or whatever. Anyway, I'm not doing it voluntarily, let's just put it that way. So hopefully this doesn't crash. I'm just saying it could. This is a very old game and it hasn't been played in a while, so these eggs are used as ammunition. Now you can't shoot by looking in first person. So everything you do, it has to be done. It's third person shooting, oftentimes overhead. And these things aren't like super rare either. So if I miss a few, it's not going to make a difference. These little guys are called Jinjos. There are 5 on each world, and the reason that they don't move, despite the fact they're yelling out for help, is because they are cursed by the witch, and they cannot move. So until I touch them, well, make physical contact, then they can move. Okay. It's been a while since I played with the 64 controller too, so I'm not used to the lack of sensitivity. The joystick is a little more floaty. Hopefully this won't be a continuing problem, though. I don't know if I said it already or not, but there are 10 jigsaw pieces per level. Alright, this guy is Mumbo the Shaman. So, after you've collected enough tokens, as you can see on this sign here, stand on this platform, press B, and then he will transform you into whatever creature. In this case, a termite. Now, if you want to keep doing, if you want to transform over and over and over again, you definitely can. You just need to be able to afford the first transformation, and then it's free after that. And as you can see, the different transformation will affect the dialogue that the enemies have. One of the major differences with this this version versus the Xbox version also, on the Xbox version, once you collect notes, you have them permanently. In this one, it doesn't matter if you collected all 100 or not, you will still have the opportunity to collect them again, and each time you do, you're awarded with an extra life, even if you've already collected all 100. Now, the point behind collecting the notes is that there are certain doors that require notes as currency in order to be able to get past. And the whole reason for learning all these, like you'll see, as you progress through the entire layer, you're going to be required to use the new moves that you get in order to get from one point to the other, even in the layer. So it's not restricted to the individual levels. Something I should make mention of too. There are cauldrons all throughout the layer that have warp points, or that operate as warp points. You need to find 2 of the same color, and they will create shortcuts for you throughout the layer. I'll show you one of them that's in here. This is the only one I'm actually going to end up using, and it's not going to be for a while. So right now it's asleep. And now it's active. So, what I just said. There's also a character in this game that I will not be featuring, just for the sake of time, but his name is Cheeto, And what he does is you can either, well, when you find him all 3 times, the abilities that you end up having revolve around blue eggs, red feathers, and gold feathers, and you can actually get cheats to increase the amount that you can carry. I will not be using them out of preference mostly. It's just, it's time consuming. And yes, there's a shark behind me. That shark absolutely traumatized me when I was a kid. I was like 6, 7 years old, and playing this game for the very first time. And no, I was 9 years old. I was young, regardless, very young when I was playing this. And this, you have to understand, at the time, late 90s, early 2000s, this was like extraordinarily revolutionary at the time. Having graphics like this on a video game, because I was used to the old Mario games. So this was a fevered pipe dream for years. So to be that young, to only know video games as being a 2D side scroller, and then be introduced to this, and it's seen out of Jaws in a cartoonish game, absolutely horrified me. I screamed, I cried. I'm not exaggerating either. I mean, I had a fit. While all my friends were playing RPGs like Final Fantasy and things like that, this is what I was doing, getting absolutely horrified by an open 3D world. This is probably why I also prefer games that aren't restricted to turn-based. It's not that I don't like turn-based games, I just don't prefer them. This form has always been my forte. By the way, when you're swimming, if you hold R, it makes you turn sharper. Really handy in Mad Monster Mansion, you'll see what I mean. That's the third to last level, so it's not going to be for a while, but you'll see what I mean when it happens. And just like that, I can fly. So to fly, you stand on these discs and press A. And it lasts until you either land or run out of feathers and you have to land, or you fall in water or something like that. So you cannot cancel out in mid-flight. Dang it. Sweet. So honeycombs are your health. And the reason I haven't grabbed them up until now is because I've got this little challenge in the back of my head where it's just, I don't really cling to it like I used to, but I mean, I would avoid enemies like the plague at one point in time just to make those not appear so frequently. I would take unnecessary heavy hits for the longest time because I wanted to see if it was possible to beat the game without collecting one. It's possible, it's just very, very difficult to do. I'm gonna go ahead and grab these. So this is Captain Blubber, and he is missing his gold, but now he has it. Now he's giving me a puzzle piece made of gold that's about a third the size of the stacks of gold that he gave to me. So because logic. So one of the things I'm going to go ahead and do now, there's a lighthouse up at the top of here, instead of having it on the shoreline where it would actually make sense, but what do I know? I don't don't build them, I just play around them. So, that platform I cannot use yet, but it'll make it to where I can jump really high. Eventually. So those switches, it's called a witch switch, and there's one on each level. So one of the reasons that those characters are so threatening is that if they run into you, they don't just take health, they knock eggs and feathers out of you too, and they'll try and eat them. They have a rather cute name too. They are called Yum Yums. That is really their name. I'm not making that up. So you got Yum Yum the clam and Snacker the shark. Everyone wants to eat. These crabs are called snippets. That big hermit crab that I took out earlier, his name is Nipper. I really do apologize for the interruption with the screen. I promise I'm not doing that on purpose. It's just happening. So the deal with that bucket, his name is Leaky. He literally has a leak that only 2 eggs can fill. So, by doing that, you patch up the hole, and then he'll drain the water for you, so you can get in here and do this. So to free the crab, you need to just spell out Banjo-Kazooie. This is also where you go to enter cheats. On every version except for this one, if you enter a cheat, your game will not save. Except for the cheats that come from Cheeto. Those are the only cheats that you can use that won't affect whether you can save or not. But if you enter any other kind of a cheat, it will make it to where your game will not save. But you can do things to having unlimited air when you're underwater. You can have it to where you can have unlimited invincibility feathers, unlimited red feathers, unlimited eggs, a ton of extra lives, unlimited mumbo tokens. Yeah, I mean, you just a whole bunch of stuff. Just it's like a Game Shark built into the game. For those of you who know what a Game Shark is. And for those of you who don't know what a Game Shark is, a Game Shark... Why did I do that? Oh yeah, right. Never mind. A Game Shark used to be a adaptive thing that you would have for specific games. In the case of the Nintendo 64, because a lot of the games did not have internal memory storage, the ones that didn't, you'd have to get a special memory card and use it to be able to enable cheats for your game. And the cheats would do pretty much whatever you can imagine. Like, you could do some pretty funny stuff with them too, like affect the code of the game so much that it would change the colors of some of the characters, make their heads big, things like that. And it would depend on the game. In fact, there's a Game Shark for GoldenEye, 007 for 007 GoldenEye, that you can make it to where everyone's heads are huge. So, goofy stuff, actually useful stuff, but the whole point was that it was just a complete ROM hack, and made it to where you could just do some fun stuff, useful stuff, stuff in between. I used to get night sweats over this guy. I'm not even kidding either. I would have nightmares about this level because of that shark. So this one I always found was better to fly to. I didn't mean to get caught on that edge like that. If you grab a jigsaw piece while you're flying, you don't do that dance animation. That's what I was going for. I didn't get it though, clearly. Oh, come on. I've always had the hardest time with these rails. It's a lot harder than it looks to stand those rails. I don't know how I got that. Okay. So the name of those chests, if you're really curious, I really doubt anybody is, they are literally called lockup. Show you a little trick here. Try and get it to work. So the name of that mine is named Shrapnel. So there's a little trick that I discovered. If you jump and slide, let off, yeah, like that. So what you do is you go into your Talon Trot, which is where you run around on Kazooie's legs. And if you slide, go into water, and then let go of Z, then you'll actually slide into the bottom of the water. Or down far enough to lose the Talon Trot animation. Very handy for speedrunning. Now, the fastest I've ever beaten this game is like right about 3 hours. My average time is usually just around 3.5 hours. It's my average. I'm really gonna try and go real fast, but no guarantees. There are 9 levels to explore and a lot to do. So the reason I'm running instead of flying is so I can collect these notes. But now that all the notes are collected, he always goes clockwise. So you just lead him a little bit, you'll hit him every single time. In case you're wondering, Mumbo is not on every single level, so you don't always get to turn into a different animal or different thing. In fact, I think he only appears 5 times, and he won't be in the next level either. In all honesty, I don't know what you'd even turn into if you could turn into a creature in every single level. Now, that did change with Banjo-Tooie, and the game crashed. Excuse me a minute. So the nice thing about this is that when you get a jigsaw piece, it saves. So I didn't necessarily lose everything. I just lost a lot, so just bear with me a second here. See where I have to pick up from, though. Yeah, if you are old, you know what I just did. I don't recommend doing that. Because it actually messes up the pins on the inside and actually causes them to corrode. And so I have not really needed to do that a whole lot. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go back and collect that jigsaw that came out of the cannon. But that's okay. I didn't lose everything. The important thing to me is that I don't lose all of the notes, because if I lose the notes, then it's just gonna make this so much more frustrating, so much longer. This doing these puzzles is all really it's really irritated me for the longest time, because you would think that he would just give you all of the information off the bat, so you wouldn't have to get it in pieces and be held up every single time you want to open a new level. It's not every single time. It's the first 3 times is when that happens. Anyway, let's try and collect this again. I'm hoping that the game is going to be better responsive this time. Okay. I mean, at least I didn't really lose anything critical. You know what I'm saying? So I had all the notes. I got all the jiggies. That's what they call them. They call them jiggies. I don't know why, but that's short for jigsaw piece, I guess. But anyway, that's really what they're called. Anyway, all is well. Now, I'm not going up into that door yet because the next level is over here, and I don't have the next area unlocked yet, so. Also, with what's coming up, I want the move that's in this level. Those mines, the shrapnel characters. Okay, so that is Gruntilda. That is Gruntilda's sister. What you would ordinarily do is you would talk to her. She's all over the lair. And what she does is every time you find her, she has 3 secrets about Gruntilda to give to you, and that's critical, because toward the end of the game, that information is going to be important for a game that Gruntilda plays with you. And she asks you personal questions. And so in order to be able to answer those questions, because the answers are they're always there, but the algorithm is always different. So it's the only part of this game that's truly RNG. Well, not the only part, but it's the most anticipated part that's RNG, I guess. The only other thing that I can think is that there is a Simon Says kind of thing coming up. Not this level, but it's coming up, and so I'm thinking in terms of like the whole random algorithm thing. So in terms of this, it's a quiz show, sort of, and she asks you personal questions. Now, there is a way to get around it entirely. I will show you how to do it. But get comfortable, because it's not going to be for a little while yet. So this lip, there you go. that lip just hangs out just enough that you can make that happen. And if you got aim like mine, it takes longer than you would desire ordinarily. Now, this level is going to be primarily underwater. And that shark is friendly, but yes, it is a shark. when I was like about the same time, yeah, actually I was like maybe 9 or 10 years old, seeing this guy for the first time. I didn't just shriek, I ran out of the room. He scared me so bad. Just playing games like this at the time and just having such a fantastic imagination. I don't mean, I'm being pejorative when I say fantastic, but your mind runs wild with all kinds of possibilities that just are not programmed into the game. Like the idea that you can't make everything you could imagine happen in a game, it just does not enter your thinking, or at least it didn't for me. So the idea of limitations in terms of what you can do in a game was just not a part of my thinking. This part used to give me and my siblings just the most anxiety too, just being this far underwater and having to rely on this fish giving you air. This next part you might think is impossible, but I know better. And no, it's not just swimming to get the jigsaw piece. And it's not having to use inverted Y controls to get out. Call it a daredevil stunt if you want. I am not done down here yet. Okay, well this was a mistake. So I can reach the surface, so calm down. When I got hung up, it made me miss. There's a pipe. Yeah, here we go. Come on. So there's actually I'm assuming it's a nuclear reactor, but it causes mutations. Not with me, but it causes mutations and it gives the room just this ominous glow. So, yeah, you see what I mean? Causing these guys to mutate. They call them they call them muty snippets. Beyond a cosmetic difference, there's really not much more to them. They just look different. Man, my aim. Really? So, because I didn't grab the jigsaw on his back, you would have missed the dialogue, but he's complaining that his teeth are hurting him, so that's actually doing him a favor by knocking him in like that, or just at least that one. You can knock the tooth on the other side in as well. Such a balancing act. But it's not completely necessary. Exactly. That's kind of relative to an individual's opinion, really, because once you knock it in, then it's going to make it to where you can get another Mumbo token. So why a machine needs to be able to breathe and can also experience pain is beyond me, but hey. By the way, doing that flutter jump actually makes it to where you go faster in water than swimming. Even diving and swimming is slower than that. Come on. Serious? Alright, now, you can enter him from either the size of his mouth, his gills, or the top of his head. I prefer to go through the blowhole because, first of all, the switch. Also, this is the only way to access this area. Now, if I go down that way, it's going to drop me down in the mouth. If I go this way, it's going to drop me into the stomach. If I keep getting hit, I'm going to get dropped into the game over screen. For those of you who didn't know, if you get hit enough times in a video game, eventually you die. Facts of life. Of course, I guess it's true in real life, too. You get hit enough times. Well, anyway. So here's where Bottles is, and the only way you can get in here is with that flying disc. This, by holding Z and pressing right on the C buttons, it'll make it to where I can turn invincible. Well, invulnerable. So the difference between invincibility and invulnerability is that invincibility means that you are not only not taking damage, but you're also impervious to hits, meaning that you won't react at all. Being invulnerable means that you won't take damage, but you can still experience knockback. Just take me at my word, that's what it means. By the way, if you think this is gross, you obviously didn't see my Conker's Bad Fur Day stream. I didn't post that onto YouTube, and frankly, I kind of regret it. There's some games that I actually need to play again so that I can get them onto YouTube. Because a lot of games that I played, I only had it on Twitch, and I just didn't really start porting things over onto YouTube up until not that long ago, actually, about almost a month ago. By the way, if you are interested in seeing other stuff that I've done, if you're watching this on Twitch, you can find me under either you can find my gamer name is Ratsrepus. It's R-A-T-S-R-E-P-U-S. So it's Superstar spelled backwards. Then my channel also has the same. It's Riggedy Roleplay. It's same on YouTube that it is on Twitch. So if you want to see other stuff that I've done, stuff that may not be available on, in fact, that I know for a fact is not available on Twitch anymore. I don't have a ton of videos on YouTube yet, but I've got a few Twitch drops that say just stream drops, and then I've got some edited videos on there as well. If you're interested. I do like to entertain. I do like to know that I'm being entertaining. So if you like this, I really would love to be able to have actual conversations on YouTube. I would appreciate comments. I would appreciate likes. If you like what you hear, like what you see, I would definitely love to get some insight and hear opinions, perhaps even get some suggestions for games. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just if I could get some kind of a community to grow, that'd be fantastic. Just not so much just for myself, but also for anyone watching this who perhaps finds this kind of information useful. You know, maybe you didn't know where everything was maybe you learned something by watching these streams. Maybe you got some techniques to help with speedruns and stuff like that. Here's the thing, I'm not the fastest speedrunner. I wish I could say that I was, but I'm not. But in fact, I'm sure that at some point in the future, there's going to be some professional speedrunners going to see this and be like, you can't speedrun for anything. It's like, you know, you're slow as all get out and whatever. It's like, man, the difference between me and a hardcore speedrunner is that I can at least still have fun with the game. It's not just a task for me. You know what I mean? I still have fun. But this level is one of 3 that is my absolute bane. I hate this level. I hate it. So, there is water everywhere, but it is infested with piranhas, and you cannot kill them. There are only 2 ways to get through the water in this level without getting hurt, and that is either to wear these wading boots, which you will see, or to use invincibility feathers going through the water, which I will not be doing because it is costly, and the way that I play, gold feathers are so rare, it's not even funny. So these are the wading boots. They'll make it to where you can walk through the water for a preset amount of time, depending on where you pick them up. And I'm aware that there are mumbo tokens behind that platform. I do not care because it is a time waster as far as I'm concerned. I don't necessarily need them. So you don't have to collect every single one. It doesn't hurt, but it doesn't necessarily help. So this is a gigantic egg that you hit multiple times, and once you get down to the sweet, juicy golden center, you get a jigsaw piece. And this isn't the first time you're going to see an egg like that either. There's one other. In fact, it's bigger than that one, but you only hit it one time. You'll see in good time. Oh, this level gives me such anxiety. You have 45 seconds to collect that. Don't ask me why I knew the time off the top of my head. I guess I've played this a few times. Oh, no! Did I fall? Okay, I didn't fall. I just about had a heart attack. Pick up the pace a little bit. There we go. Okay. Now, just need to grab that Jinjo. Now, there's a particular order that I'm going to be doing this. I do this level based around the Croctuses, which is those statues that I've been feeding eggs to. So I'm not going to be just going in a giant circle because it's contrary to progress in my experience. Oh, in all my years of playing this game, I've never been able to stand where the jigsaw appears as a means of collecting it so you can skip past half of that animation. You're witnessing history. I've never been able to do that before. I always am too short from it. By the way, as far as the moveset is concerned, in order to stomp, you press A and then press Z. Got it. That is a hard shot. I love getting that in one hit. By the way, this is actually my most favorite game in the whole wide world. This is my very favorite. I don't like this level, I just love the game. So. I mean, don't get me wrong, this level definitely does have its charm, but if you're trying to go as fast as possible, this level is a real downer. Also, when you jump with Kazooie out, you actually jump farther than you would with Banjo. It's considered a sprint jump. Also, you cannot use the double jump with Kazooie being out, but you can attack. So instead of pressing A, you would press B. The difference is that you don't have a soft fall, but you have a longer jump. Alright. This is one of the two parts of this level that I always dread. Not him, but you'll see what I mean. Right here. My aim. All my life. Okay. Go ahead and grab that Jinjo. By the way, in case you didn't read it, his feet are cold and numb, so you stomp on him, he retracts them automatically out of reaction, but it also causes him to warm up. Because logic. Anyway, so this room is the other room that I was mentioning before that has RNG to its name. This is one of the reasons I hate this level, because I have really, really bad short-term memory. So that one I can remember. Oh. Here. Here. Uh-huh. And then here. Okay, so now I'm going to go silent because if I can't concentrate, I will mess up. And the reason I need to go silent is because it's not because of the pattern that I need to be quiet for. It's not making a mistake that I'm so concerned about. It's that you take damage every time you do make a mistake. Uh-huh. I really don't remember. Hold on. R? Yeah, okay. like I said, so the way that I do it, just so that I can keep track, let me grab these real quick. So because I cannot just remember things just based off of their face value, I have to do it this way. So instead of figuring them numerically, because I tried that at one time and I could never remember what the number sequence was that I had set up for it. So this is the way that I do it. Y, R, L for light blue, B for blue, V for violet, and P for purple. So that I have to do that. So Y yellow, R red. So I have to do them like that alphanumerically because I can't remember otherwise. My memory is so bad when it comes to that. So this is almost always a speedrun killer for me because I can't remember. I really can't. It makes me so mad when I have to do all that because I literally cannot remember. I try so hard and I can't. So I had to fail a lot of times. I had to get killed numerous times. You will die if you get enough of those questions wrong. Or enough of those attempts wrong. Which makes this level, in my opinion, one of the most frustrating in the game. Is that it's not like a hard level, but getting killed is easy enough. It requires you to remember things, and I don't remember things well in that span of time. So, for the most part, I do like this game. That's to say, I do like this level. For the most part, not for everything. There's enough about it that I don't like. And it's these tricky little things with time limits on them. Especially when the camera will not cooperate. Which seems to be a frequent. If you saw my... if you saw my stream with Conker's Bad Fur Day or Mystical Ninja, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That I have the greatest struggle when it comes to cameras on these games. I don't know if I'm alone in that, but I would imagine that other people have had the same problem. So, seeing as we are down on the bayou, take a wild guess what I'm going to turn into. If you said an elephant, you got it wrong. An alligator. Actually, I'm a crocodile, but anyway. So that port is only accessible as a crocodile. And one of the two reasons you would, and this is I do this last for a good solid reason. I hate it. I hate this. I hate it so bad. They make it to where you can come back and use running shoes once you learn how to use them. But I don't like to have to return to levels, so I don't. So I try and get this done as quickly as I can. This guy is my bane. I can't stand him. So literally all you have to do is eat these things just more than he does in a quicker amount of time. There's no specific limit I'm supposed to get to. I just have to eat more than he does. Sounds easy, right? Narf, it's not. Now, something kind of cool. If you do manage to eat 35 on the on any of the rounds, you get an extra life, and that's easier said than done. It is much harder than you would think. It's eating them is not the hard part. It's getting that amount that's the hard part. By the way, this, you notice he's going faster and faster. That is an old Nintendo 64 thing where if you are outdoing the computers in any aspect, this is particularly noticeable in Mario Kart. It's called a slingshot effect, and what it does is that if you are winning as the player, then it'll actually cause the computers to speed up. The problem is in Mario Kart, it doesn't really stop. They just keep going faster and faster and faster. Now, inversely, I'm falling behind, so he's moving slower so that I have a chance to catch up. But you notice he's moving a little bit faster now that I'm getting ahead of him. It should try and level the playing field. So it's not stealing him from him that makes him go faster. He goes faster because I'm ahead of him. Also, if he matches your score, you still lose. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why I hate this part. Because, oh my goodness. Shut up. So if you do lose, then you pick up from the last game that you played. So in this case, it's the second round. Come on, come on. That's the other thing that makes this so frustrating is that I can't see the entire room at one time. He can. Granted, he's a computer, but you know what I mean. Okay. All right, so this one, it alternates. No, dang it! It alternates. Dang it! Between the yellow and the red ones. No. This is also why they have the running shoes, because it definitely makes it to where you run faster than he does. So, he offers you a chance to play one more game against him. It's the same as the previous one, except the difference is that if you win 3 games consecutively, then you win 3 extra lives. If you lose once, you die when he bites you. I have played it one time, and it is frustrating. So, because it's not really necessary, and I hate the game to begin with, I don't pursue it. That game alone has killed so many speedruns for me. Okay, well that's one pain in the butt out of the way. So, if you're curious, up here is where one of the Cheeto pages are, or one of the Cheeto meetings are. But in order to get in there, you have to be an alligator. But in order to get into the hole in the first place, you have to be Banjo so that you can break the ice block. And in order to get back here safely, you have to be able to use the swamp boots. So you can see why it's such a time-consuming thing. There's a reason I don't go for it. It's just, it takes too long. It's too frustrating. I don't like doing it. So I'm going to omit getting that. So, by the way, Cheeto is a flying spell book. Try to describe anything in this game makes me sound like a stoner, but anyway. So, but he awards you with spells each time you meet up with him. Whoops. Wow. Simply wow. All right. Well, guess what, everybody? We're about halfway through the game. Release the balloons! That's not so bad. Like I say, I really do like this game. I really do. It is my favorite. There are some parts that I don't like, though. So something kind of cool. There is a jigsaw piece inside of here, and what you do, if you stand right here and you stomp, just like I said, stand right here, and then you stomp. See? If you hit it just right, you can pull that jigsaw piece right out of it, so you actually don't have to use the witch switch for this area. Isn't that interesting? Save you about 10-15 seconds. You'll see what I mean. Anyway, if you jump in here, drops you into the top of the witch's hat where the cone was. And now I have another jigsaw piece, and I have half of the jiggies in Grintilla's lair. By the way, I really do appreciate feedback, so if you want to let me know what you think of you're probably going to have to post this on YouTube if you do want to give me some insight, unless you're not following me on Discord. On Discord, my channel's name is Ratsrepus. Or my username is Ratsrepus if you want to send me a message that way. I would not mind... I would not mind getting some feedback. Tell me what you like, what you don't like, what you want to see more of, what you want to see less of. Maybe you want to see something older than this. Maybe you want to see more of this. Maybe you want to see something off the PlayStation or something like that. I am willing to do whatever it takes to please my viewers. So if you like what you see, I would also appreciate that kind of feedback. So I aim to please. And I'm just I'm just using what I know that I enjoy, that I find entertaining, and hoping that it's received that way by everyone else as well. But enough about me. So with this level, I'm only going to be here for a few seconds, maybe a minute at most. This level is one of the greatest killers for my speedruns, though, because I come here simply so that I can get a move from bottles that I will need in the next level. And the problem with that concept is that in the next level I need a move so that I can do some stuff here. So now I have an airborne attack. So by flying, if I press B, I'll show you what it looks like. It's called the Beak Buster. And it makes it to where, as you can see, it is an airborne attack. And it's incredibly useful in this level. In fact, it is almost completely necessary in this level. By the way, each time you go into, I don't know why I have that accent always. Each time you go into a new level, each time you go into a new level, then monsters that are respected to that level will appear in the lair, all throughout it. So after I go in here, which is called Gobi's Valley, then I will be releasing, and I'm just going to go ahead and take damage here. It's just faster. Now I have released enemies from here. Oops. So to do that move, I can't remember the name of it, but you hold Z and press B. That was one of the first moves you learned. And it is a necessary move. You do have to have it. So similar to the previous level, this area has sand instead of water, and you can't swim in sand. I know it's rough, but life will go on somehow. Anyway, dang it. There you go. It does do damage. There are sand eels in there. I'm assuming it does damage because it's so hot. By the way, the name of that mummy's hand, it's called Slappa, because it slaps ya. It'll literally smack the ground and try and equivocally stomp on you. Oh my goodness, I just about missed it. Show you what he does. So I am going to go ahead and collect these eggs because in this level particularly, you use a lot of eggs. So I definitely do need them. No. Ah. Thought I got it. So what's interesting about these is that there are 6 of them? I think 6 or 7 of them. That's 2. Maybe there's only 5. Anyway, they all appear in the same areas, but randomly. So you really don't know where they're going to appear next. Just that they're going to appear in these specific locations. So that was 3. 4. Okay, so there are 5. So they were saying that they could beat the witch, but they can't, but they can give me this. Hold on a minute, Link. Dang it. The amount of time it took me to do that, I probably spent longer than the dance animation. Alright, so this is one of the rooms that you definitely need eggs for. If your shot is really good, you should need about 5. If you're anything like me, you're going to need more. So the best way that I found to do this is to stand on the basket and just do eggs like that. There you go. By the way, this guy, so the name of the snake is Histup. His name is Ruby, and the little thing next to him is named Toots. So I don't remember this because this game is like a part of a religion for me or anything. It's just that when you've been playing this game the majority of your life, and you've been forced to see the credits numerous times over, pour it out of your face, you got nothing better to do, you may as well learn the characters' names. So, and just like that, I know all the moves in the game. Now I can use running shoes. So that is actually the last bottles encounter I will actually have. Lame. I'll take a hit. So that character, that is one of the reasons you need to get the running shoes. Because he sinks it to the ground too quick, and I can't grab the jiggy that he has without these shoes. There you go. I'll show you something kind of funny you can do this. So, ideally, at least this is how they have it set up, is that they want you to have the running shoes, hit this switch, and then run all the way up this pyramid. So I'm just going to collect the notes. And the goodies on the side, I suppose. It's not the eggs and feathers I'm more concerned about. It's the notes that I want. But ideally, you would do this with the running shoes on and get to the top with a few seconds to spare before the door shuts after hitting that switch. But there's a better way. So if you hit the switch, and then go down here, instead, there's a flying disc. So instead of running at the pyramid, you can fly to the top of it instead. You don't make any mistakes, you get up much quicker than usual. And you're in. By the way, if you do not grab that Mumbo token before draining the water out of here, as I am doing, so the water drains after you collect that jigsaw piece, and it fills up that moat. So now those flying discs are not usable anymore. But if you do not grab that Mumbo token, that once the water is drained in here, that's just how it is for the rest of the game until you reset it. I cannot aim. I think I'm just going to say that this whole stream, just every time I make a mistake. She says, I can't aim, I can't aim. Well, maybe you should learn how. This is another reason to fill the moat, is because coming down here with using only invincibility feathers, you are really setting yourself up for failure. Before I get too far ahead of myself, there is something that I want to do, because every time I don't do it, I forget, and then I regret it. So I'm going to be making a special, unnecessary, specific trip to grab this, because if I don't do this, I will forget, because it's right in the center of a cactus with a hole in its face that blinks for some reason. And this is just kind of a personal thing. I have to do this, otherwise I won't remember. And it won't be until levels later, that I will realize what mistake I made. This is going to be a 100% completion, so I need everything except for the cheats, because I don't want to use cheats. But that's beside the point. Oops! Oh boy! Oh boy! Alright, so this room is kind of a memory match room, so do like this, like that, there you go, now you got a pair. And now, I can't remember all the other ones because I'm bad like that. Okay. So over here, there is a magic carpet that flies around, and it disappears when it gets to certain areas, and then it reappears. This is the safest way to get to this little island. This camel's name is Gobi. Yes, the Gobi of Gobi's Desert. That Gobi. Gobi Bryant. So weird to me that he's gone. That was, man, wasn't that day awful? Yeah, that broke my heart when that happened. I'm not even a huge basketball fan, honestly, but that was awful. I really feel for people who lose family members in tragedy. Or friends, for that matter. Just losing someone you love in a tragedy, it's just, it's awful. It really is. Now, granted, I haven't really lost anyone close to me that was, that I lost them in a tragedy, but I've had people snatched from me quickly before, and it hurts a lot. So I definitely feel for the family. Like, even still, it's hard to believe how long ago that was, too. That was that, like, wasn't that, like, January of 2020 when that happened? It was, like, before the whole COVID thing happened. Boy, what times we live in, huh? By the way, if you fail this, a spiky ceiling will fall on you. Which switch is on the other side of that? So the only thing that hitting that switch would do for me now is it would just open up the sarcophagus out in the lobby, but I don't need to do it, so I ain't gonna. Alright, uno más. So, this is literally, you rescue this guy from dying of thirst, so you can stomp on his back so you can feed water to a tree so it can grow big so he can run off and you can stomp on him again. And then again. And then again. You stomp on Gobi a grand total of 4 times in this game. Go ahead and grab these as soon as I can get around this tree. Here we go. Not quite finished here yet. One more stop to make. So that doorway, by the way, I can do literally nothing with it. So what it is back in the old days of your Nintendo 64, shut the front door. There's this concept to add a disk drive to the Nintendo 64 and make it to where you could, it's the equivalent of like a floppy disk. It was a extension to the Nintendo 64 to make it to where you could do all kinds of like not really hacks, but modified portions of the game. In fact, there was supposed to be like a Mario 64 2, all kinds of stuff. It was supposed to help with like multiplayer, things like that. But it was a scrapped idea because it was just kind of damaging to the games. Game cartridges don't like being ripped out all that much. It actually scrambles the memory, so it's not a good idea. So they scrapped it for good reasons. But the idea was that after Banjo-Kazooie came out, was to make it to where this game would automatically be able to segue over to the other one by transferring cheats if you swapped the cartridges mid-stride after collecting something called a stop and swap. I'll show you what it looks like. I think it's at the beginning. No, it's at the end, I'm sorry. So that is the stop and swap. So the idea was that you could use those in the next game if you looked at them, or if you I'm sorry, I'm trying to do two things at the same time. So if you were to collect all of those and transfer the information over to Banjo-Kazooie, then it was going to make it to where you could get all these cheats and stuff. Watch this. So you kill the first one, then you just go over here and you crouch. Yeah, I don't think you have to crouch, but so you can hear them pop out again. It's this is kind of a glitch in a way. It makes it to where the actors don't appear, so the lights get to the tree scot-free. So the enemies are there, but they aren't doing anything because I haven't physically seen them yet. As long as I don't see them, as far as the game is concerned, they're not actually there. Works every time. Works on every version I've tried. Grab this. Come on. Come on. Lame. Anyway, I forget what I was saying, but with the stop and swap thing. It's so like in Treasure Trove Cove, you saw that that island was raised up, and I didn't go into it. That's one of the areas, and there's 6 in total, 7 if you include the ice key. The ice key was originally here, and the thing is with the cartridge is that once you collect all of them, they stay collected, and it doesn't matter what file you open, it stays that way. So once that's been done, the only way that you can truly eliminate that it's been uncovered is by scrapping the memory entirely from the individual cartridge. And because it has internal memory storage, it's a little difficult to do. Not impossible, just difficult. And I may as well tell you now, just part of my method, I go into the tree last. So I'm aware that there's a jigsaw piece inside the tree. I'm just not going in there just yet. It's part of my strategy. By the way, if I fall off of this, I will more than likely die. So, naturally, I'm going to roll the dice on that. Well, that was an adventure. There you go. By the way, I didn't fall as a demonstration. I really missed my shot. I was trying to get inside the pipe. If it looked intentional, then it just looked intentional, but it happened organically, I promise. I cannot see a thing. Let's try this again. There we go. So, his problem was that he had eaten a jigsaw piece. He thought there was chocolate inside or something like that, So, he had a stomach ache. So by slamming his sled into his stomach like that, it makes it to where it cures him. That is the only way to kill him. Just a dive bomb to the head, not the water. Now, there is a benefit to killing all of them, besides just getting rid of a pest. I really hope this doesn't crash. So, as a walrus, I have no attacks. I can literally just run around, jump, and survive in freezing water. Before I forget. I also cannot slide, so grab that. Also, since the snowmen are gone, that's one less thing for me to worry about too. I can't get hit with snowballs. Come on. Come on. Come on. Goodness sakes. There's a little speed trick you can do up here on this hill. This only works as a walrus, but if you jump, it'll actually make you go faster going uphill. That's particularly useful toward the end. So, if he does get in front of you, according to just program-wise, he has to be able to get in front of you. It's dumb, but that's the way it is. It's that rubber band effect that I mentioned before. Same thing. He literally cannot be reduced to being behind you all of the way. It's dumb, but that's the way it is. Joys of racing an AI, I guess. So you can also come in here as Banjo and go through here, but you take damage every single time. But Banjo is small enough that he can get into this tunnel. But I do not recommend. is what I do. Come on. Alright, now I can race. His name is Boggy, by the way. Now I can race him. Whoops. I can race him as Banjo. So you cannot beat him without the running shoes. The cool thing about this race too is that these running shoes, they last as long as whoops. They last as long as I'm in the race. And that's the room where the ice key was. Otherwise, there would have just been an ice barrier there that would have kept me from going inside. Just about forgot about this. I've done that before. Okay, well, while I'm here, I may as well grab these. I'm definitely going to need them in the next level. By the the way. I'm aware there's a Mumbo token there. I just don't want to get caught up in a conversation with Boggy, which will definitely happen if I try and grab it. So, I'm not going to get it. I tell you what's really frustrating. Trying to do this and forgetting that you didn't get rid of that web over the hole. Smooth. And refreshing. By the way, the name of this fish is Chump, and he has limited sight. So I mean, his lower jaw gets even bigger, and he just tries to take a bite out of you. So the only way you can really kill him is either dropping eggs on him or stomping on him, which is kind of hard to do because he's in the water. But killing him is really not necessary, and his sight of attack is actually a lot more limited than you would think. So my point is he's not much of a threat. Just don't go near him. That's really all there is to it. And now it is time for one of my favorite levels. All because it is haunted house themed. By the way, if it were not for this room, this game would have no lava in it. So before you go in here, you actually do have to do this. Doing it now will actually save you a lot of time. So I can't do anything down there yet, but I will be able to eventually. Say this level used to give me the heebie-jeebies when I was a kid. Let's see. What am I doing? Here we go. Come on, jump. So this gate can only be opened from this side, but you can hop over it nonetheless. So earlier when I was talking about the camera controls, so you hold R to turn faster, this is where it's really useful. You can also come in here as the well, okay, spoiler alert. There is a transformation in this level and you become a pumpkin. Really bad time for that to happen. Oh boy. Okay. So, grab some air. Wave it around like you just don't care. Alright, so falling down there is actually a bad thing. I'm triggered. So triggered, in fact. Let me tell you about it. So. Again, I was not trying to prove a demonstration. I really fell down organically. I thought I heard something, and so I took my headphones off a little bit, and I got so distracted I wasn't paying attention, and I fell down. Come on. This is kind of like the sandcastle on steroids. So the thing about this ghost is that the only way to kill ghosts in this is with invincibility feathers. The only problem is you cannot kill this ghost. Not with weapons anyway. Or a moveset, I suppose. I could have gotten that. So with those guys, eventually they'll reconstruct and move around again. Again, the only way to kill them is with the invulnerability feathers. I'll do this while I'm here.
Thank you.
I I think there's either 8 or 10 of those flower pots, but if you do that with all of them, the last one will give you a jigsaw piece. These guys have a name too. They are called Ripper.
Thank you.
I should get the worst paranoia going around these guys. Like, it is weird just how much this game used to creep me out. Oops. Thought that was the last one. That is by far the easiest note to miss. It's just that one on that barrel. You don't see it immediately. this one up. So he was supposed to be protecting that, and you know, did such a bang-up job, fell asleep on the job. His name literally is Napper. It's like you gave an important piece of material to a guy who literally sleeps. It's in his name. Oh, I may as well do this now. So killing them is not necessary, it just makes this part a lot easier if you do. Really cool if I could aim. Like I said, I'm just going to say that through the whole stream. You'd think I would have that key pattern memorized by now, but I do not. Falling from this height won't kill you, but it does do a lot of damage. But there's more than one way to skin a cat. That open cask is where one of the eggs would have been. One of the stop and swap eggs. So the other ones just have ordinary items in them. Now that I've done that, I can go over here and see Mumbo. So, as a pumpkin, I have no special moves. I'm just smaller. Oops. So, this is why you need to turn into a pumpkin, is so you can be flushed. The name of that toilet is Lago. So Gruntilda's freaking out. She's like, I can't believe you went in there. She's telling me to wash my hands and stuff, despite the fact I have none. Alright, one bites the dust. Now I can do that. Now, I do have to do this in order to be able to proceed, because the water in the next area is too low, so I have to come over in here. Turn back into Banjo. And come over here. That. There you go. And that'll raise the water. Now I can proceed. When I was a kid, the idea of not being able to fight back at all was absolutely mortifying to me, so even though there's only like 3 of those guys in this area, I would hug the wall like it was my last resort for any possible saving grace. He makes a wild imagination with a game like this, and just, I mean, this goes nuts. Nuts, I tells ya. So there is a warp cauldron in there, but I don't need it. Now this area is going to be underwater. And now we are moving on to the hardest level. Well, not the hardest, but one of the hardest levels. And for that reason, also just the atmosphere. This is actually my favorite level in the game. And it is tough, especially if you don't know what you're doing. Frankly, it's kind of a challenge even if you do. So I really do. Now, in contrast to Bubble Gloop Swamp, there's something about the atmosphere. I love the atmosphere. This is Rusty Bucket Bay. Probably the most dreaded level in this game. But, like I said, just easily my favorite. I also really like the soundtrack. Alright, so there's there's a really good time saver thing I'll show you here. So these guys will chase you around and they'll blow up if they start flashing white. You can also shoot eggs at them and force them to explode. So here, you don't start regaining your air from breaking the surface. You just it has the same effect on you as if you were underwater. If you are underwater, however, it's oily water, so you actually lose air twice as fast under the water. That's where doing this flutter jump really does help, because it makes it to where you don't succumb to the oxygen loss as much. So what I'm doing here, attempting to do, if I can get my timing right, so you can actually hop up to the top, and if you do a backflip, I cannot get my timing. This saves time if you're good at it. Boy. If I could stop stomping, that'd be neat. It does work, I promise. It does work. Okay. Come on. I promise this does work. Come on. I could stop stomping, that'd be pretty cool. There you go. Okay, so I think I figured it out, is that once you start jumping, if you hold Z instead of tapping it like I was doing, you're more like this. I guess we're gonna find out, huh? That's how you do it. Okay, good to know. See, we're learning together, as good friends do. So those holes that say toll on them, what you would do is you would shoot eggs into them so that you could get these small bridges to deploy. But seeing as I'm going to omit them entirely, I really don't need to worry about it. So I ain't gonna. Come on, you. Oh boy. The nice thing about this one is that I don't necessarily have to do that slope jump that I was just doing. There's a ladder over here, a little out of the way, but there is a ladder over here. This next area has toxic water in it. This stuff, not only do you start to drown in it, or that's you start to suffocate in it, it also does damage. Like it burns you. Allow me to demonstrate without intending to once again. I love showing you guys new things. How to hurt yourself 101. That's if you really want advice from a person who suffers from depression on how to hurt yourself. I'm already uncomfortable with myself. I don't know if I'm ready to hate myself just yet, but that's not funny. I don't hate myself, and you shouldn't either. Life is what you make it, so make it something beautiful and love it. Alright, now there is a shark in this cage, but it only appears if you're in certain spots, so I don't really have to be too careful of him. Oh, just hit it! Why am I struggling with this? So, if you want to avoid the shark entirely, just hug the wall. I'm getting really, really mad. I'm not trying to do these things so that I can demonstrate everything in this game. I'm not trying to do that. I promise. I'm not failing on purpose. It's driving me crazy. Just everything I could do wrong. You know what I really think? I think I need to stop making mention of the things to watch out for, because every time I say watch out for it, I don't. So by the way, the name of this dolphin is Snorkel. Well, I guess how they got that name. Should have called him Tuna. That's a joke, son. Yeah. Tuna, brain food. Anyway. Only one on here right now, so I'm just kind of talking to myself, making jokes to myself. No one else will listen. No, that's not true. Let's get out of this water before we perish. Hey, it didn't perish. Look at that. This one you got to be a little quick for, because this one, it does have a time limit on it. Eventually that cage will go down. So I'm aware there's a Mumbo token in that oven. I just don't want to have to waste a golden feather to get it. So the reason for the music is because this is where the yellow egg used to be. Come on. So the code for this is written on the side of the ship as well. So if you don't know it, then it's 312111. But it's also written on the back right-hand side of the ship on the railing. Yep, that's the way we do it. So those pipes coming up, they're called grimlets, and they are real things on ships. It's really called a grimlet. Do you see something stupid? So if you shoot eggs, then look up close. Let me get my aims right. Look up close. So the Jiggy's there. Well, this is a boss fight technically. So you do like this: shoot 3 eggs. Look up close. It does damage to him. Well, the Jiggy is still there, so all I have to do is just plow right through him, and I can just grab the Jiggy and avoid the fight entirely. Grab these before I leave. So actually doing the fight is completely unnecessary. Ordinarily, when you fight them, they just break into smaller boxes. Anyway, like I was saying, some of these grimlets are alive, some of them aren't. So this is the machine room. One of the most anxiety-inducing rooms in the game. Below you is a boiling pool of oil. They call it boil. And if you fall in, you will die. That one is live, clearly. The way you can tell is that if the opening is reddish, then it's alive. There's that code I was telling you about. I get too far ahead of myself. So there is a witch switch up here. This one is probably the most difficult one to get to in the entire game. So the best way I've discovered to do this, have Kazooie out, jump like that, and then use the peg attack. I haven't missed in a very, very long time as a result of using that method. So I strongly recommend using that method. Now, for the fun part. So, before I go down, I prefer to kill these two because I almost never go the right way whenever I'm coming back up, and you're going to have to come up going real fast. There's also that. Oh boy. That screen is kind of goofy too, so... if I fall, I lose everything. Well, not everything, but you know what I mean. So, I'm going to wait for the next slowdown. And go now. And that's the whole reason you need to slow these wheels down so you don't get whacked, because otherwise they just go at a constant high speed and there's no break at all. So if you want any chance at all of getting that jigsaw piece, you have to hit that switch that I did before. Personally, I prefer to hit this one first. These are the switches for the propellers on the back side of the ship. So you need to hit both in order to stop them entirely. And as you hit them, it'll cause these drive shafts to spin slower. Oops. Also, I strongly recommend using Kazooie whenever you cross over like that, because the integrity of the grade on for your grip for when the drive shafts turn, it's not going to be a guaranteed flat surface. So it's really best. Okay, well. Minor setback. The nice thing is, I got all the notes. So the anxiety of dying in here is considerably reduced. It's just getting to the buttons now. Come on. Man. So when doing this too, I recommend waiting until that thing that I'm just jumping across. Wait until it turns, hit the switch, and then oh, I could have gone. By the time that the camera pans back into the room that you're in, then I'm sorry, I'm really trying to focus here. There's less likelihood that you will you'll get it when you'll run on it when it's starting to turn. No. Boy. All right. Stressful. Stressful level. Okay. Now, you can kill these things if you want to, but obviously you really don't need to. Remember that cauldron from earlier? Here's the other one. So up there will lead to... ultimately it's a segue to the end of the game, but... At this point, I don't have enough notes to be able to beat the game anyway, so in order to beat the game, you need 810. In order to get everything, you need like 882 notes, something like that. They get weird numbers on the doors eventually. Oh, I totally forgot to get something. I knew my jiggy count seemed kind of weird. I completely forgot about this one. So this next level is called Click Clock Wood, and it is a very interesting level. It is a seasonal level, meaning that it has literally all 4 seasons. It's the same level, just with 4 seasons to it. So naturally, it's only big because its environment is repeated. The level itself really isn't huge. It's because it's divided into 4 pieces that it ends up becoming so huge. Avoiding it. See if I can get this to work. So that beaver down there, he's got a rock block at his house. If you can drop eggs on it, you can actually break it in springtime. I'm not even close. Try this again. There you go. That's actually going to save me a little bit of time with narrative. Because now he won't be there in summertime whenever he asked me to help him out. So in summertime, the water's going to be pretty low. But that would be the only time I'd be able to go down there ordinarily to open up his house for him. I'll show you something interesting too whenever I get ready to leave this area. So Mumbo is here. You can only transform in spring though, and I don't really need it until toward the end of the level. So I'll be coming back after winter. And I will transform then. This is a giant bees hive. They called it in this game. They call bees Zubas. I'm not entirely sure why, but it's got the name Buzz in it, so I don't know. So I need 26 Mumbo tokens anyway in order to be able to transform anyway. So even if I wanted to transform right now, I couldn't because I don't have enough tokens. That little house belongs to a squirrel named Nabnut. I wish I could say I'm making this up, but I'm not. Anyway, I don't really have to deal with him until fall. So, I'm not worried. Not presently. Here's that other egg I was telling you about. It's about a quarter size bigger than the last one. But there's not a jig inside, but a really big eaglet. And with that being said, for the time anyway, I'm done with spring. Time to move on to summer. And no, he's hungry. So you get to feed him caterpillars. In summertime, he wants 5, And in fall, he wants 10. By the time winter rolls around, he's fully grown. Oh, I totally forgot about the... well. There's this thing you can do where you can make Banjo run around underwater without, like, running around as I am, like under the water, after having gone in here in springtime. It's just fun to play around with. It doesn't actually do anything for you. There's no real benefit to doing it. It's just something kind of goofy you can do. What is going on? Stop. Yeah, hit me now. Good grief. Here's number 3. And his response, like anyone else, he falls asleep. I know if I had a bunch of water knocked out of me, I'd fall asleep too. I'm assuming. I'm trying to be sympathetic here. For what it's worth. So the only 2 seasons you actually need to go and see Mumbo is fall and spring. It's not that you can't see him at other times, it's just you really don't need to. So the only season that those birds don't appear in is in winter. In fact, this big flytrap looking things it's called a bear snare. Same thing. They die out in the wintertime. So you don't have to do it that way, but it's easiest that way. So that Talon Trot jump that I mentioned before, this is the best place to use it. Or you could just do the smart thing, come back and fall and pick it up then when the floor is complete. Oh boy. I was hoping I had enough. I wasn't paying attention to how many I collected. He does get bigger. A lot bigger. Down 2 to go. By the way, those dragonflies are called buzz bombs. Also, this guy is called a Gremlin Hood. Again, just answering a question nobody asked. You don't have to do it that way, it's just you're a lot less likely to fail if you do it that way. So his name is Naughty, spelled Gnawty. Rim shot. Thought I missed it. And that's 4. And I won't see him again until Banjo-Kazooie. In case it isn't obvious, fall time is the season that musical notes are most present in. By the way, I don't know why I keep getting that signal error thing, but again, I'm not doing that voluntarily. It's just happening for some reason. That's Nabnut. So he's lost 6 acorns. So what ended up happening was in spring he ate them all, and summertime he's bloated. Well, by the time fall rolled around, he didn't have any left, so he's facing starvation revolving around winter. So, despite the fact he's a squirrel and has more tree climbing savvy than I do, I, as a bear with a bird strapped to my back, have to run around and collect 6 acorns for him, and that'll last him through winter. No! Oh. Okay. Let's just... let's just pretend. You know what? Let's not pretend. It happened. We all saw. I have never done that before. I should be ashamed. Appalled even, but life goes on. And on. Don't do it. Okay. Okay, so with this one in the center, I hate this one because it's hard to get. So I always go from this angle because if you miss, then you can see where you're going to land, so you don't fall all the way to the bottom again. Now this one, don't rush this one because it's easy to run too fast and then run right off the edge. Funny thing about this is that you're not going to believe where the final acorn is. And then again, you might. That's right, folks. The last acorn is literally inside this guy's house. If I didn't have to get up to Irie, I'd leave right now. I have to confess, this eagle, his name is Irie. When I was a kid, I had the hardest time actually getting the jigsaw piece from in wintertime because he's a baby in every other season. I had this ridiculous soft spot for him because I just thought he was adorable, and so I would never go for the jigsaw piece, and I was always kind of heartbroken whenever I would go for it because then he would be gone. But I thought he was just the most adorable character in this game. I get too far ahead of myself. I'm gonna grab the Jiggy off this flower first, and then I'll head over toward winter. So it is possible to stand in the center of this thing here. It is possible to stand on the top of it. It's just very difficult to land your hit, or land your landing. Or hit your landing, I guess. Or land your hitting. Or something. Okay. So this time around, you don't get any benefits for killing all these guys. It just spares you a headache. By the way, that swimming control, when you hold R to make to turn faster, it also works when you're flying. It's Irie all grown up. I'll tell you what, Peggy, they grow fast. Come on, come on. Okay, the camera did what I was not anticipating. I just thought of a really funny joke too late. I think whenever I collect nuts for the squirrel, I was going to call it Nab Nut November. There's a little trick here. It's really kind of dumb that this actually works. So instead of attacking this head on, if you stand at a certain spot and drop an egg behind you, it'll actually break the glass. I don't know how or why that works. I discovered it by accident one day, and I have been using it ever since. That's my boy, I'll tell you what. Oh. That is all 900 notes of the game. Dang. Again, a question nobody asked, but these things actually do have a name. They are called a whip crack. Those ones inside Clinker, they are called a whiplash. Also, it's possible to see Naughty in wintertime. And that's the catch. Back to springtime. Eh. I hate it when this happens. So it's a spell misfire. He doesn't turn you into a washing machine by intention. Now, you can actually turn into a washing machine on your own terms. after you've gotten rid of that crab in the sandcastle in Treasure Trove Cove, then in Banjo's house, there's a picture of bottles in your house. If you stand on a certain part of your throw rug and look up at the picture, you'll be given a chance to do a special minigame puzzle. It has absolutely nothing to do with the game, but by completing all of them, there are 7 in total. The 7th one being the hardest. Then it makes it to where you can make Banjo play with overgrown or shrunken body parts, or you can turn him into a washing machine. The only thing is you can't beat the game like that. Once you try and face Gruntilda, you turn back into Banjo. The last one is kind of tucked out of the way. Right here. Easy to miss, but that's the last one. Well, for this level. Last one is right here. That's all 100. Now. So, I'll see if I can skip what she says. Yes, I can. Okay. So, all this is a giant game. Oh, okay, so this and that other room have lava in it. Anyway, so what this is a giant Q&A board. So, if I get wrong questions, I take damage. If I take enough damage, I fall into the lava. And naturally, the ones I get right, for the ones that get right, I'm allowed to progress. What? Oh, that was Jinjo. Yeah. All right. So when you get these correct, then it gives you 2 skips. Now, there's something interesting you can do here. I'll explain it after I do it, or as I'm doing it, I guess. Dang it. So, at this point, I cannot use any of my moves. Come on. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to stand on Kazooie. And I'll explain it after I do it. Just bear with me. This could take a little while. Come on. Lame. So you're supposed to stand on Kazooie and then try and trigger the question. I'm going to guess wrong on purpose, and because I'm standing on Kazooie, I'll take a hit, but I won't die. There used to be a much more extensive way to do this. Come on, man. Oh, okay. There you go. So I'm going to answer wrong on purpose. That's Rusty Bucket Bay, but I'm not going to say that. Okay, Quack Wood. Get it wrong. Now I get hit, but I'm not dead. Now the other caveat is that there are now no barriers. So while I can use all of my moves, if I press A, it'll reset everything and I start over again. But now I can run straight through and finish the game without actually beating it. This saves a lot of time. So I can walk right through her. She's just a sprite. In fact, I can even walk through these guys too. So until that last question is answered, this room will stay this way forever. Even after Gruntilda is defeated, she will still be there even after I beat the game. And that just nails the coffin shut. Now I don't have to deal with the board ever again. But if I wanted to play again, I could. So, ordinarily, at this point, everybody would have been celebrating that Gruntilda had been overthrown, and Tootie would have been rescued, but Gruntilda has not been defeated. So obviously these are the machines that that Gruntilda was going to use. Now, so the reason these are so big is because they recharge. There's one for each item, and they just restore your stock. Except for this one. When I was saying earlier that you can get 16 hits, like, if you've been watching since the beginning of the stream, that was what I was referring to. Alright. This character, his name is Dingpot. He is the only way that I can actually get up to this final fight. Otherwise, there's no way I could get up here. I'm gonna go ahead and skip what she says. So she's gonna swoop twice. And then I'm gonna jump up and peck her in the butt. Now when she throws those fireballs, she does lead you, so you do need to kind of weave a little bit. Just gonna go twice again, peck her in the butt one more time. This time she's gonna go 3 times. Now she's gonna go 4 times. And that's the end of phase 1. Now this one you cannot run away from. You do. I recommend using invincibility feathers. So now you're gonna shoot eggs at her. Surprised that hit. Now we're going to be fighting Airborne. Now the idea is that you're going to try and dive bomb her 4 times. And each time you hit her will increase the amount of times she tries to attack you. Also, be careful not to fall off the edge. You will die. Oh, tried to lead her. No, no, nope. Okay. Come on, man. Oh, my aim. All of a sudden. Stop! Hooray. Come on! Finally! Dang it. Dang it. Okay, rude. So for anyone who's ever played Smash Bros. Ultimate, you ready for the final smash? This is where it comes from. That's the game, boy. How about if I turn on the microphone? Okay. Oh, I'm not going to repeat everything that I just said. It wasn't anything unwholesome. I just don't feel like saying it all twice. But I will say this. If you have anything else that you would like me to do, if you have any suggestions or anything, you can find me on YouTube. Let me know in the comments, or you can find me on Discord under Rats Repus. That's Superstar spelled backward. Otherwise, I have. You can find me on Riggedy Roleplay. If you're watching this on Twitch, you can find me under Riggedy Roleplay, um, and or Rats Repus on YouTube. Otherwise, Riggedy Roleplay on Twitch. If you're seeing this on YouTube. Um, I've got a few videos and a lot more on the way. So um, the next ones that I definitely do have that I want to get done. I want to start on Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I still need to do um, Borderlands 2. I still need to do Borderlands. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards omitting doing the first Borderlands just because there's really not a whole lot of critical information, and in my opinion, 2 was better anyway. So um, I definitely want to get that going. I've got the Evil Within 2 coming up. I've got a lot of games coming up, so I've got plenty to do. I still got a lot of videos that I need to edit and post over on YouTube from Twitch that I have on my OBS that need to go over onto YouTube. And I'm rambling at this point. So thank you for watching. I hope this was enjoyable. Um, again, I really do appreciate comments, and I would appreciate feedback. So thank you. I hope you enjoyed this. I certainly did. Have a good night, and I'll see you next time.